Okay, we're back with more Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I've gone back in time a little bit here. I might need to go further back in time, like maybe even significantly further back in time to... I made a save it here. Try to finish up Dinky Park here. I don't know if we're going to be successful. I am using an updated version of the game, which has a little bit better support, so I can like actually zoom in like I wanted earlier. That's going to be great for making fine adjustments to things. And I guess it also lets me build prefab roller coasters underground, which seems pretty helpful. But and review what all I'm doing here. Hold on. So I probably want to max out the loan, try to build a easy coaster over here again. Trying to make some money from that coaster. Go rides. It's one of these juniors that I did earlier, wasn't it? Oh, maybe not. Dizzy Mouse. All right, can't do it while game's paused. You want to have the station somewhere not annoying, right? Also want to minimize how high it is, I guess. Okay, so remind me, what are my buttons for rotating? That's for zooming. I have a guy up here to do it. Paths. Enter. Okay, thanks. And then where's our exit here? This is no exit at the moment, so if I want to do an exit, here we go. Is that what that is? I don't know why it says there isn't one. It's a misunderstanding. Is that the exit that I'm connecting to right now? That's somewhat annoying. Let's try opening it. I guess I should test it first, right? Let me see. I probably still want a no entrance sign here. How do I turn these around after placing them? Do I have to like rotate the camera before placing them, essentially? Well, I'm just going to be building off across the pond here, I think. Waiting on test results. Probably want to increase the chain speed in. There is, okay. Wait on the test results and I'll buy all this stuff across the river here. Park value is at 58K. It's a really long test. I don't just want to sit here and stare at the screen while time advances. I don't really have a choice here. Oh, when I went in to adjust the speed, it reset. Thank you, Rorak. I couldn't I? Alright, so... let's do park. Start buying shit over here. Oh no, believe me, I know. Sitting and staring at the screen is like, I know I should never be doing it in this game or in RTS games. The thing is, if I move on, I'll forget to come back to it. Hopefully that's enough to just build another roller coaster there. I guess I need to like make sure I charge plenty of money for this thing, right? Probably at least $5. No, but the clock is ticking whenever I'm staring at the screen. All right, so let's try to do a advertising campaign, maybe. We're in year 2, but year 2 is actually only like, what, 6 months, 7 months, maybe? It's about to be 5 more months, so... I need to be able to get enough money to be able to build another... thing over here. Okay. I guess I should try to figure out what I'm building and how much money it costs before doing anything else here. And I also have to, like, connect it, but let's figure out what's going there first, I guess. I don't have the scenery for any of these. Now, why won't this work? Too high for supports. What does that mean? Like, it should fit if it didn't have that error. Look at the current ride situation. Maybe I can really use this to determine profits for other things. I don't have a ton of great ways to make money in a pinch here. And look at the guest thoughts, maybe. I'm not hungry. Observation tower is a good value. What else they say was a good value? Ferris wheel 2. If it's missing scenery, what does that practically mean for me? Like, can scenery, is it just a display thing? Or I'm worried that that means it's going to be missing some struts or something, right? Excitement rating boost, nothing to do with operation. Okay. Park value is up to 75k, so if I can get 25k across the river here. Park value gets a big spike from that. Still running that. Sure. Stop funding that. I don't think I can squeeze in. I mean, I could probably put some regular thrill rides over here, but I don't think it's going to get me up to 100k, right? Yeah, none of these are new, unfortunately. To see if I can figure out what to do about this too high for supports. Does that mean that like the ground is fucked up somewhere, but I can't tell what exact nodes are problematic? Probably the ones that are the highest. Let's see height maps, right? So like anything that's 10 feet, should I try to lower, I guess? That's somewhat expensive. Or like highlight anything that's above 0. Okay. Height above the water. Too high for supports. Yeah, I just wish I knew like which part of it is too high. The fuck are the... Where's my... Mechanic is fixing the Dizzy Mouse. Okay, now it's fixed, I'm about to say. So we can hire another one. I could help out with Dizzy Mouse by hiring an entertainer and plopping them over in here. Doesn't that affect how much money I'm getting, which is good? I need to like save up enough money to pay for this new ride that I'm trying to build across the street here. But with an alternative vehicle type, it may not perform as expected. Oh, but I can put it there technically. 6,134. Maybe that's enough that I can just do it. This doesn't even really need to perform at all, right? Okay, well maybe we'll get there. Automania. Alright, save until I have like $7,000 and then maybe that's enough to get my park value to win. I guess I can put TVs in here too. Like the The people in the queue being upset affects how much money I'm getting, right? Because then they complain about it, and that affects how much they spend elsewhere, or they leave early. 73K. I don't even know if I have to connect it to be able to have the value go up. I don't know if the value calculation is literally just based on the like capital having the ride built, or if it also needs to be accessible and turned on and all that. Observation tower is doing pretty well. Twist 2 is a really good value. How fucking dare you? Shouldn't I try to make it as expensive as possible to try to raise my park value as much as possible? I guess that's kind of my argument here. No marketing. Decide if I want to market some more and spend money to make money kind of a thing. I guess I don't really understand how the marketing campaigns work. Like, are they, is just marketing in general enough to increase guests coming in, or is it like a way to temporarily cheat them into the park? Like are guests, when it's deciding whether a guest walks into the park or not, is it including whether, like what the known prices for food and drinks are or something? 2 mice coasters at 3K might be better than a junior coaster at 7K. Souvenir shop might turn a profit. Okay. Flat guest generation boost, basically no matter what you pick, you think? You try to do it to try to get some more money here. Sure, yeah. But you don't think it's necessarily actually taking that, like, ride or attraction into account? Already got a park map. I go round 2, people are bitching. For $1? So I don't know why my guests are on the downturn here. What the fuck is going on down here? Those people don't count as being in my park, right? I don't think I noticed that before at all. Not having a new ride in a long time. Fuck, I was trying to save my money here. This guy. These are all pretty easy. Ride's not empty yet. Still gonna try to empty it while it's broken down, or do we have to wait for the mechanic to get to it? People outside the gate aren't counted, okay. Merry-go-round breakdowns can make them stuck running. Fixing merry-go-round. Let me see where we're at here. Up to 83K, so maybe if I can just build this and then refurbish all my rides, we'll be safe. I feel like I didn't do anything terribly differently here. Maybe this ride by itself was just worth way more than the other one that I built. I wish when you went to go build it, it gave you a projection of like what the effective park value was going to be. Oh, I thought it was 100K. No, it's 100K. No worries. I'm gonna figure out what the hell I'm doing over here. So does the relative value go down for building the same kind of coaster? I guess I assume that was the case, but maybe it's not. $4,000. Is the park value always more than the literal cost to build it? Pirate Ship 2 is a really good... Okay, so they're saying that because they just got refurbished. Drink from Drink Stall 2 is a good value. Find Drink Stall 2 here. Two tile coasters. It's fine. Up to 92K, so yeah, I think if I can build this thing, we'll be okay. I don't really know what's different, unless if maybe updating the game version did something. This is almost the same coaster that I built last time, but I was like way off and didn't have anywhere near enough time to succeed before. Let me save again here. Take a second for that to update, I guess. All right, now that it's built, I can try to actually connect over to it, maybe. So that's park, this thing, this thing. There just needs to be a single path to get across, right? But it'll have to be a bridge across. Overbought there, but that's okay. Wait, did they change something about the way I can do footpaths? Just let me click them there instead of telling it what direction I wanted to be going in. So there we go. Hey Bucky, how you doing? Do my just recent choices here? Fuck. No, I don't want to mess with that. Okay. Too expensive, I guess. Thank goodness for this new zoom in option. That's pretty helpful, at least. Guess we should probably put a sign here, at least temporarily. Oh, I see. I didn't realize it was rotating all of them. That makes more sense. Trying to see where the exit is. That's the exit. Okay. How are we doing on park value? Wow, it didn't go up at all. So does the ride have to be open? Maybe. But I think I still have time to do it, so I'm not going to stress out too much about that. It's kind of annoying. Oh, is that the big thing? Okay. So it's not just literally build the thing and then ignore it? Stats throughput and newness. Okay. I appreciate that, though. That makes a little bit more sense than how it used to work. All right, so I've connected to the exit successfully, right? So now I just need to be able to make a queue from that door there. Okay. Okay, looks fine to me. I probably should have been testing it this whole time, but that's okay. And disable that once it finishes testing. So I must have gotten a giant bump in park value from having good throughput on my good rides, I guess, is the idea. Oh, right, and I should have increased the chain speed, whatever, it's fine. I guess there's now a option where I can cause the level to end if I meet the objective early instead of having to fast forward to the time limit. I'm only going to use that when ending a stage early would be degenerate with waiting to the time limit, right? So this one wouldn't count because I have to manage ride depreciation up until the last second. But in case there was ever an objective where that part didn't matter, I'll go ahead and toggle that on a stage-by-stage basis. I think that's fine. All right, we're good. Open. I need to have this thing removed. And people have to hike a bit to get over there. Oh, and I have to charge for it, right? Adding guests adds park value. That's kind of cool. So it sounds like they changed it somewhat significantly then. That seems like a big change. It must have been because it's an open source project, right? So everyone must have agreed that that was the right thing to do. Not thirsty, not hungry. Decent number of people are sick. Okay, we're at the objective now, so I'll make a save for that. But I'll try to survive until it's time here and maybe just go through and refurbish rides. Benches on the paths, okay. And trash cans, I guess. Oh, they're not carrying food and drink with them everywhere. No worries. Just curious, like, what all they are willing to mess with for this project, you know? Looks like the reliability on coasters gets worse much faster. $1,400, okay. Okay, so that is true. I just assumed that was the case. Probably do more marketing campaigns to make sure I've got plenty of guests in here. Once I can afford it again. I guess I don't really understand what they're willing to make as a permanent quality of life change and what they're wanting to throw into a cheats menu, right? We were looking at some of those options as accessibility options, and there's a lot of stuff in there that I feel like maybe it should just work that way. Yeah, it's easier, but... So I feel like if you're changing the ride math, you're also making the game easier, right? In a way that the player can't futz with. Which is fine, like I support that decision. I see. I didn't realize that that was like on the list of things that they were changing though. Maximum number of guests. Yeah. Park value is worryingly close. Nobody wants to walk all the way out there unexpectedly, or not surprisingly. You know how much ride commute functionally matters? Yeah, I'm trying to as I get more money here. How does being at a deficit work? Do I start having to pay extra interest or something when that happens? You game over if you're in the hole for too long, I see. These marketing campaigns don't seem to be doing anything for my guest counts. There's something else that's governing that I can't see. Because this ride doesn't have a completely full queue anymore, but maybe just because they have 2 options now. I'll get rid of that entertainer. Park value is still going up a little bit. I'll fast forward a bit here. Oh, do you get the benefit after the advertising campaign completes or something? Because now I see it going up a little bit. It's my fucking mechanic. Okay, finally fixed it. They have to physically reach the park. Go-karts. Wish I would remember my last thing that I'm looking at here. Oh, we're almost at the end, aren't we? Whoa, my park value fucking cratered. What the fuck? Alright, don't let this much time pass, I guess. So much for just chilling out. I don't know what... Okay, I'll wait for it to give it to me again. I'm assuming it will unlock at the same time. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, it's predetermined. Okay. Yeah, once it prompts it, maybe it'll be enough. Well, I don't know why I dropped so much value in that short period, but there's nothing to be done for it. Well, yeah, I am still... I guess I must have gotten the swinging inverter ship before. Expected by 8th September. Let's see. Leading design. Did I destroy this path at some point? Fuck. I don't know when that happened. It might have been a time where I accidentally like, clicked down. Pain. I wonder how much that's been fucking with things. Should have an easier time not doing that if I can zoom in really close, but... Oh, really? It's pretty funny. It's like, don't worry about the plate spinning, but kind of worry about the plate spinning. But don't worry about it. Kind of worry about it. A little bit. This is the one I had to rotate around to get the thing in the right spot, I think. Placing it was like slightly annoying, if I recall. Probably not going to be building too much else down here before the time's up, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. God damn it. That's not what I wanted. I don't know why that broke, honestly. That seems fine, right? Got rid of time limits entirely. Makes sense. Alright. What, if anything, is that done for me here? I feel like almost nothing is different. My park value is way higher, but maybe some fuck shit happens on fast forward, where like something is still progressing at normal speed while everything else is progressing at fast forward speed. I don't know for sure whether they would assume that fast forward is meant to be like 1-to-1. You're going at 4x speed, then everything moves at exactly 4x speed, and there's nothing that like breaks from that. Trying to drop guests now, I guess. charge more for this. Cannot be free. Yeah, it'd be great to know what's causing stuff like that. I see. I can't find Dizzy Mouse 2. Is there anything I can do to help them with that? I can't, like, make a sign drawing their attention to it, right? Is that, like, the rides are too expensive? Oh, really? I didn't think it was simulating whether they had the maps or not to figure out where to go. That's kind of horrifying. I think that's somewhere where they can get to it. Okay. I guess I need to, like, model this game as closer to Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress is obviously inspired by this, with modeling all the guests and them all having different, like, thoughts and feelings and desires. Oh my god, my park value tanked again. Is it just because my guest count is down? Go-karts by 7th of October, so maybe I can squeeze that in. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to fix the Dizzy Mouse problem, unfortunately. Oh, go-karts are... I see. Basically coasters. Hopefully they're willing to go over to it if I do that. Yeah, I don't really know what's caused my park value to tank. It's got to be throughput on rides, I guess. But does that also care about how much money they're spending on it? I would assume it cares about how much money they're spending on it. Let's see if I can squeeze out any quick upgrades here. I mean, organize thoughts by ride. And, okay. See. Hopefully these last second refurbishments make a significant difference. Okay, we're at 100,000. Hold on. And hopefully. What's up with these empty queues? If they're like complaining about the crowding, and they're complaining about crowding because they're not going on rides, right? So it's like a self-reinforcing problem. All right, well, I've got like 6K above, so maybe we'll get there here in a second. I can't find Dizzy Mouse 2 thing is problematic. I guess I don't know how you're supposed to solve that. You need to have like a park map, I guess. More info kiosks, okay. Five days, just hold out, guys. You can do it. Ride value times 10 times number of customers last 5 minutes times ride type values times 4. Two more days. Any second now. I actually wonder if I had loaded my original save with all the new ride changes, if I just would have won. What do you think about? Yay! Okay. So I think the title screen is still super loud, so apologies in advance. Aqua Park, water-based rides, 900 guests, year 3. Pay attention to that from now on. Okay. Park rating. Guess I can immediately look at 255 guests. Wow. Park is clean and tidy. Whitewater slide isn't safe? Does that mean that there's been... I didn't think I could ever preload a map with a dangerous ride. White water slide. Yeah, I wonder why the... Oh, it's because of the safety cutout? They're just responding to it being shut down, I guess. Built last year. I guess I need to figure out what I'm adding here. Maybe their point is that I have all of this water space to build another ride. Don't want to go underground ever again. It's really expensive. Roller coasters. I'm wondering if I can go back to trying to charge for admission and having all the rides be free, because I really hate having to manage prices for everything. Like, it's so much lower brain power to just do it the other way. But I guess it's... I mean, I feel like I did maps where I did that and it was fine. But because of the way it models guests in the park, you want them in the park spending all their money, right? I don't know. I guess money doesn't actually matter for winning this stage. It's based on park rating and guest count. So maybe that's better, but... Try it. Is there really a limit to how much I can... Like, do they know that the rides are free when deciding whether to come to the park or not? Because I don't really understand how it's modeling them before they enter the park. If it's, like, averaging the cost of all the rides and then accounting for what the admission price is or whatever, you know? I guess I can't get guest thoughts for people who aren't in the park. Scenarios just hard lock that in RollerCoaster Tycoon 2. No, they're all going to talk about how every ride is a good value. They won't... Will they comment on how the park admission is a good value or a bad value, or I just have to gauge that based on income from it? Guess I can see what we got going on here in terms of stalls. None. Okay. Maximum funding. Don't know what they're working on. I have to wait for the info kiosk to be added in the first place, right? Kind of liked in my last, the Dinky Park one, I was able to place these in like one central area, which was nice. An award you can get for best value. Park is clean and tidy. Need to have trash over here, right? Assume it already has a handyman and a mechanic. Okay. would like to keep that up. Build another ride, I guess. Should I worry too much about having multiple food and drink stands, or should I wait for guest thoughts to tell me that that's something to think about? What do you mean, like, in terms of food and drink stands and the like? Oh, boy. Just be reactive to food and drinks. Okay. Does this also secretly cost me half of the admissions income for so long as it's open? I guess the main thing is that, like, I know we say the game doesn't really model guests outside the park, but it does sort of, right? Like, there's some kind of simplified guest thing that determines whether they walk in the first place that's not exposed to me. And there's a lot of choices I have to make that revolve around those, like, non-existent guests. You don't have to, Rook. I'm just like, because I assume this is the sort of thing that, like, a casual player who isn't able to look at the code has to think about, right? Maybe I'm just a weirdo for wondering, like, okay, well, how does this actually practically work? I guess you're like, you know, an elementary or middle school kid who's like, I like rides. But then the game is like really, 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 really well simulated. The more you dig into it, the less it holds up. Sure. More rides is a higher guest cap. Okay, that's interesting. So profits down from... Change this to 40 bucks. Looping roller coaster, March 30th. Okay, well, that's not super great. We just build something, I guess. Doesn't specifically need to be additional water rides, right? Price is based on how high the struts have to be, I guess. good over here? Okay. Entrance fee is too high. The guest spawn probably gets divided by 4. Okay, so you said the important part. They check the entrance price versus total ride value. If the price is considered good versus the value of the rides, the guest will pay and enter. So if we have a lot of rides, basically they're trying to dynamically balance the difference between admission price and the total supposed value of the rides. I guess every guest secretly, even a guest before they enter the park, has an amount that they'd be willing to pay for rides based on features like their quality, excitement, and other things, I suppose. I see. One for now. See what my other ride options are here. So I want to get the same kind of ride, we can avoid it. So these are crazy expensive. Are some of these partial? It looked like some of them are partial. I guess the variable price here is because of the height. Make as many small and cheap roller coasters as possible. It raises the suggested guest maximum by a lot, no matter how long or exciting they are. Keep your park rating above 850. If it's any lower, the spawn rate drops. Try getting positive awards. Dazzling color scheme. Constant advertisements. Okay. Oh, I see. Problem is each one of these is going to be really expensive because it's so high. I could still connect into the queue here, right? I still don't have a great sense of how to place queues smartly to not waste space. Oh, but that doesn't... See, how do I get these? There's like a way to get the path for the exit to connect to the queue, isn't there? Is it just a matter of it facing into there? Hold on. I guess there it automatically faces in. Okay, see if that's good enough. Always tries to connect with adjacent paths. I guess I just don't understand why it didn't want to do it there. Okay, let's see. Mark value, profit's still sucking. They probably need to charge more for admission. Ferris wheel. Outside of, like, I understand why you'd want to build the really small flat rides like that in Dinky Park, but, like, what's the use case for them in a normal stage? Okay. I don't want to spend too much on it here. So it always has to be slightly elevated, or maybe that's just because of the slopes in this park. Oops, I meant to rotate the thing, not that. Can go on flat ground. I guess I just don't have a lot of it in this park. It's not super important. Lines up with the highest point of its footprint. Oh, like right there, technically. Okay. Okay, so we have an easy exit. All right, I guess I can kind of see how those are able to connect to each other now. All right, raising the price to $50 seems like it was a good choice. See what guests are saying. You try to make a less awful name for that ride. Hold on. A fun ride. Okay. I would like to be able to like lock certain windows so that they don't get closed by my middle click shortcut that closes the most recent window. What is my objective again? 900 guests, park rating of 600. Right. And you don't really have any way of knowing what the awards are, I guess. Information kiosk, okay. Now, all the rides are free because I want to stop thinking about ride price. I hate that shit. It's too many plates to spin, and the, like, quality of the plate spinning is low to me. I don't know how else to put it. It's being fixed. Hopefully the mechanics are... Well, Disneyland charges you a fortune to get in, and it charges you for fucking Fast Pass and stuff now, so... It doesn't make you a sucker. I think it's just that they've realized that they can get away with it, right? They're in a situation where they realize they can keep pumping that number up and they just keep making money, right? Alright, I could probably fit something over here. Information kiosk. Let's do it this way, right? It helps to have a couple of those. Park is clean and tidy. I feel sick. Down a little bit. Oh, is profit less? Like, is it based on things I'm spending that month? That seems kind of janky. I guess I understand why you would do that, but I want this to just be revenue. Like, I see why you would want to be able to measure profit somewhere, but I feel like for my purposes, this money only exists for me to increase my revenue, right? I guess it should subtract, like, recurring costs, like paying handymen and the like, but... Yeah, this one... Don't know what's being built next. Okay. So it already has one of each of the basic water rides. Avoid doing more of those. Guess I could build the twister or whatever. Twist. I wonder if that was a particularly popular ride when I built it in the past. Shit. Oh, I fucked up my footpath. God damn it. What the fuck? Ugh, God. Okay. Try to increase the queue length, I guess. Trying to connect it onto this one, struggling. Where is that? I cannot see it. I don't understand why I can't just put a queue there. Okay, well, that worked for some reason. Kind of messy, but whatever. Just trying to build stuff here. Close my guest list at some point. I see. $900 guests, 600 park rating. Just keep building stuff, I guess. Spiral slide, 26th of June. At least this less stupidly this time, I guess. I didn't place it less stupidly. It's fine. I'm getting used to it. I see how it cancels out. Okay. I want nothing more than to delete all foliage and anything nice in the park, or at least have a permanent toggle to never see it. I can do that, but then sometimes that just resets. White coaster needs trash cans and benches near the exit. Okay, thanks. Try to work on it in a second. It's not going to connect. Shit. Could just put an exit there and then immediately put a footpath here. Am I understanding that right? No, why Why doesn't that work? There's some kind of weird thing that prevents queues from connecting to footpaths that I don't think I understand. Alright, well, it's a huge waste of money to build it like that, but whatever. Scenery adds to park rating. I know, I know. This was the problematic one that needs more benches. How did you know that was a problem? Just from familiarity with the game? Yeah. See the 4-hour Defunct Land video about FastPass. Alright, well, revenue from park entrance tickets is up, so that's good. Guest count is still up, so that's good. Oh, resting can keep them from vomiting? I didn't realize that. I see. Okay. Is it worse than Genie Plus? I can probably just do that close to the objective here. Yeah, so this is going to be annoying because, like, this is a stage where I'm already close to the objective. And so saying end the stage once I hit the objective without waiting for the end of year 3 is... This level is exponentially easier than Dinky Park. It's insane how much easier it is. I feel like if Dinky Park gave you 3 years as a time limit, it would still be exponentially more difficult. But what I was going to say is that I could toggle on the thing that ends the map once I hit the guest objective, but it's really not degenerate because I have to maintain those guests for 3 years, which is a really long time, so... Yeah. I think that is something that RollerCoaster Tycoon has in common with RTS games. Like, RTS games, more and more, like, the further you get in time, want to start you with an already built base. And I don't know, I feel like the more maps do that, the more they kind of tacitly admit that the core gameplay loop kind of sucks. Just skip you right to it right at the beginning. Of setting up, like, your initial base, you know, maybe it's not fun to sit here and, like, build all of your initial drink and food kiosks and your information kiosks and your footpaths and stuff. Yeah. So I have to make a decision on... do I... Oh, God. That's why I can't do mods in video games. I can't do mods, I can't do accessibility settings, because if I allow myself to do even one of them, then it, like, opens the floodgates and I slip down that slope, you know? Because I want to go ahead and turn on the end this map once I hit 900 guests in the accurate park rating, just because, like, I'm sensing, based on my own vibes, that waiting for the stage to end isn't going to be super interesting, that all I'm going to end up doing is going to the ride menu and refurbishing rides occasionally to make sure that people stay excited about coming to the park. So I want to just go ahead and say, okay, I get it, and move on, you know what I mean? But it's in this, like, really frustrating middle space where it has enough formal mechanics that, well, no, I should just, like, wait it out and wait till the end of year 3. Because that's what the game is. That's what it was designed to be. That's the developer intent, right? It's not like It's not like a chill enough game that I could just treat every stage as a, okay, I get it. Let me go ahead and toggle the stage complete meter. Yeah. Place new rides as they're researched. Because I guess placing new rides is like treading water with making your guests happy. That's convenient, at least. You can quickly see what was just researched. I don't know if I can fit a footpath in there. I feel like I need to start establishing the footpaths for rides way before I build the rides. That's what causes me the most angst, is like I try to build the ride somewhere that makes sense, and then like the angling for the paths is horrible and I can't line it up. Because like I feel like I could probably build this pirate ship out in the water here and then just run this path down, but I'm worried that like the path is going to get stuck and not be able to pass through. I need like a highlight path blockers option. Is that in here? No. Like all I really care about, I need to turn this game into a spreadsheet. I don't want to see any of the pretty visuals. I just want to see a big red square for things that will block placement in the future, because I don't have an intuition for what does and doesn't block placement, if that makes sense. All right. That's a footpath that will work. Okay, so like if I switch to this thing now and I do that, so I guess, is it because it's trying to continue building it in another direction? Okay, maybe that's why I've been confused. This... It'll always try to face... Okay, I think I get it now. Sorry if that seems obvious to everybody, but I don't know, just something about the way queues and footpaths touch each other. Yeah. I noticed an option here. I'm not going to turn any of these on, but it was like allow using regular paths as queue. I guess there's something visually enticing about having the blue queue with the handrails and stuff and having to like have it snake around, but I wish I could do that. Go back, keep doing that. Oh, I don't think I appreciated that you don't pay for these up front. Triggers each week, so you could really fuck yourself if you're not paying attention to what your marketing costs are, I suppose. No awards. Got my 900 guests. And I want to get off a fun ride. Oh, thanks. I just feel like the fast forward it's quick, but I'm hungry. What can I do about crowding? More rides for them to go on, I guess. All right, so I have to make a determination. This is not in the cheats menu. I don't know why it feels like it's just as much of an accessibility cheat as everything else in this menu, but it's in the regular options menu. What is progressive unlocking? That's just on by default, I guess. RCT1 behavior. What's the alternative? Is random unlocks? This is gonna kill me a little bit. Okay, so let me try to talk through my logic. This game was added to the stream schedule, assuming that you can't beat it, right? It's not a beatable game. We're gonna just play it for 72 hours and do what we do in 72 hours. Which means that I'm necessarily not going to be completing every single scenario, right? Like at some point along the way, we're just going to start jumping to interesting scenarios, skipping scenarios. So if I'm going to be skipping scenarios anyway, I can already feel the goddamn slippery slope logic happening, and then me going, well, now that I've done that, let's turn on all these cheats. If I'm going to be skipping scenarios anyway, this is like skipping a scenario, but it's doing it when I feel like I got the point. I feel like I have the point of this one, right? I'm already at 1,200 guests. I already know in my mind exactly everything I would have to do to maintain this for the next 2 years on Fast Forward, and it would be laboriously building new rides as they become available, re-upping the marketing campaign as it comes up. Right, I feel like this is the equivalent of the end of an early RTS map where it's like, okay, well, the mission's solved, but now I have to go through and, like, clear out all the armies and all the enemy structures and stuff. Yeah. We're deep into Blood from a Stone territory, and the problem is... the reason this is, like, a particular source of psychic damage to me at the moment... we played games on stream before that have a, okay, play it until you feel like you get it and move on. And there's plenty of games that are structured in a way that, like, that just makes sense. It's just like, oh, okay, you know, it's kind of like a free-form open exploration game, or like it's almost like more of a toy than it is a game. So knowing when it's time to move on is very easy for me to make that determination, and it's just like a vibe check. But this game has enough video gamey shit in it that this feels like cheating. Maybe I just need to get over it and, like, mourn for a couple minutes and then check the box and just leave it on for the rest of the time. Maybe Maybe we leave the box checked, and if we do get to a scenario where I'm just imagining what surviving until the end of the period looks like, and it actually is a completely brand new challenge that I've never encountered before, then I go and uncheck it. You know what I mean? You get to build more rides and make your theme park exactly how you like it to the core audience. Sure, yeah. Not quite that bad. I'm gonna click it. I just have to... I have to get right with God over here. I have to, like, apologize to myself. Be forgiving to myself. Show real names of guests and staff, place staff. So why does this come automatically turned on? I assume this is a feature of OpenRCT2. I mean, it's just like it's an obvious convenience. I just wish I understood what they decided to put up here and what they decided to put over here. Okay, so this is definitely a cheat. That's... Would never touch that. It's completely unambiguous why I would never touch that. I would never time travel. That's just obvious cheating. This is obvious cheating. It's just setting parameters, right? This is obvious cheating. It's just deleting things like vandalism. These are all obvious cheating. These are all obvious cheating. Building in pause mode just feels like how the game would work if it was released today. Compared to everything else we just looked at, right? Because if you're on normal speed, the time it takes to build something is like inconsequential to the point that it may as well be paused, especially if you're like quick with it. It's not like if you were able to like do constructions in an RTS on pause where like, well, you're having to deal with, you know, your army, your base getting invaded. I'm not going to check it. I'm just explaining why it causes me psychic damage, right? Regular paths as queues is another one. Where it's like, that's just like purely a quality of life convenience thing. Like the people could walk on the queues. Special color schemes? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Fixing rides is a cheat. Renewing rides. So this is a cheat, but I would like to have a button that's just like, hey, renew all my rides, and like, let me pay for it, right? Close all of the rides, kick everybody off of them, renew them, and then immediately reopen them. If I had a button I could press that just did that for my entire park and then paid the associated cost with it, that would be amazing, but that's not what that does. That's an actual cheat because it just does it for free, right? These are all cheats. Pretty unambiguously. I guess weather is definitely a cheat because rain can be a gigantic moneymaker, right? So yeah, I guess these construction guys feel like they're out of place alongside everything else, and they're especially out of place alongside early scenario completion, but maybe that's just my opinion. Almost done mourning. Just give me another second. Once I commit to it, I'm going to have to commit to it for the rest of the playthrough. I guess to put me at ease a little bit, can y'all think of any other later scenario where, like, not ending the scenario early is really significantly different and a really, like, I don't want to say really non-degenerate, but can you think of a stage where there's an objective, like, to describe the objective to me and then argue for how it's not just, you know, post-RTS mission win cleanup, where it's not just, oh, I solved it. Okay, I get it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I guess it was in Dinky Park, arguably. Because, like, the time limit... Well, but I don't know. It feels like that was, like, an emergent feature of Dinky Park that they didn't even really conceptualize that the park they had added was way more difficult than their other parks. Since this one is, like, much, much, much easier than it was. Can I see them all at a glance? I could do that. All right, I'm just gonna check this box. It's gonna reserve a portion of my real life psychic damage health bar. The game keeps going even if you get to year 3, right after that pop-up, if you don't immediately go to new game. Okay, just don't think about it. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. And this save is going to formally mark the fact that now this is an illegitimate open roller coaster Tycoon 2 run. Okay, oh, I have to click into the map to see what it is. 800 guests, park rating. Convert an abandoned mine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this... So all there is the minecart, quote-unquote, ride? Wait, where is it on the menu? Oh, if I hover over it on the right? Okay. But I can't see the ones I haven't unlocked yet, right? Guess in the park. Guess in the park. Year 4. Build a theme park from scratch. Needs to be a little, like, shame icon next to this check mark, because I didn't actually beat it for real. If I turn off progressive unlocking of stages, is that, like, a permanent thing, or can I, like, toggle it to look at them and then toggle it back off? Guess and value, guess and value. I mean, some of the map designs are really cool. Like, I would like to see levels just based on how cool the map is, right? Almost independent of what the objective is. Achieve a monthly income from ride tickets of $5,000. Okay, that's a little bit more up my alley. And it remembers my old progressive unlocks. Okay, thanks. Let me... That's, somewhere. All right, I guess what we need to do... So we're pretty agreed that even if I use this, like, end the map once you hit the objective setting, that I'm not going to see every stage, right? So hold on. So this is Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. This is Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 Corkscrew Follies, which is an expansion with additional levels. Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 Loopy Landscapes. And then 2. And then there's 3 expansions for 2. Fort Anachronism. All right, so this is annoying, but I'm going to make a spreadsheet. I'll show you the spreadsheet once it's done. And I'm going to need to get y'all's feedback for this because I can only, I can tell you what the value to me is based on what the listed objective is, but I can't tell you whether the map is cool based on the screenshot. So you're going to have to tell me whether you think the map is particularly interesting or different. Like to me, Dinky Park is the perfect, like that's a perfect level for me because it's so different from every other stage that it really forces different fundamental gameplay than like the big open stages, which are my nightmare. I have the least, if there's a stage that's just like a big open field and no, no thank you, I'm good. I'll do one of those maybe once. If there's like the big open field map, find that one for me and tell me the name of it. I'm going to start the spreadsheet on another monitor, but I'll show it to you here. So RCT2. Okay. So park name, map quality, objective quality. So I think that, so we'll look at the objectives first. So, I think anything that has an objective that's just have X guests with X park rating by year Y, I don't give a shit about. What the fuck is Mega Park? Just for fun. We don't play video games to have fun. Just kind of scrolling through these in case there is one that's different, but it looks like they are, in fact, all guest count park rating. I suppose if one of these has a really extreme requirement compared to all the other ones, it's a bit higher. Like this one was what, 2,000? I don't know if that counts. Well, it's not a checklist of chores. I think you all have watched me enough to understand like why just playing with toys and building a park isn't interesting to me, but Dinky Park is, right? Dinky Park, it's like, okay, well, I'm still playing with toys, but there's this cool restriction that makes this stage feel different from every other stage. So I'm not just like playing with toys, but again, the way I'm playing with the toys is recontextualized. And so that's fun for me. It's not just like there's like a task and a checklist that I have to complete. It's that it feels non-degenerate from the other challenges. You know what I mean? Okay, so there's a couple here that aren't just guests. So there's park value of $100,000 by year 2. Mineral Park. First added attraction scenario is semi-interesting. It's a long, thin map. Dinky Park-esque. Objective quality. So if like 5 is the most amazing objective concept of all time, and 1 is just guest count, I guess that would be a 2. Mineral Park. Coaster Crazy. I guess let me go ahead and add the expansion that it's in, or I'm not gonna be able to find these later. 10 different types of roller coasters, each with an excitement value of 6. That's great. That's like a 4 maybe. Okay. Limited funds but unlimited time. And I guess so this might also score decent for like the map quality because it's pretty open, I suppose. But it's on like a mountain. Okay. These are all just guests. Yeah, but like I guess in the map I was just doing, I was already really close to 2,000 guests. So I feel like it doesn't feel like these guest values are like particularly well calibrated to whatever the stage is, right? It's just like they just pick a number. It almost feels like. Okay, Iceberg Island. Here we go. Volcania. Oh wait, hold on. What was this other one for Corkscrew? Was it Coaster Crazy? Okay. Some of the guest count ones have other gimmicks in the expansion packs that aren't visible from this. Okay, so gimmicks I'm also interested in. Yeah, so I'll make a gimmicks column here. Gimmicks of any kind are cool. Sure. Yeah. So I guess that's 3 things it could be. It's just generally, is the map interesting? Is it like, Dinky Park? Where it's like really big or really small or on weird terrain or something, or it requires you to dig, or or there's like a big hill, and then gimmick is a separate thing from like terrain gimmicks, right? And then the objectives are also different. Build restrictions, guest preference modifiers. Okay, yeah, that's a video game to me. That shit sounds great. Fantastic. All right, so we're in Loopy Landscapes. I'm just going to go through the stuff that I can see for now, and then if you guys want to keep discussing and hide, and maybe start writing down maps that you think have interesting gimmicks or map quality or both, you can go ahead and tell me, and I'll add them to my sheet here. Volcania. Finish building all 5 partially built coasters. That's cool too. I feel like it could teach you how to not just depend on the prefabs all the time, right? Although I guess the weird thing is, like, what the fuck does excitement even mean, right? Like, I'm not going to be super good at that. I'll call that a 4. Sure, I'll sure be able to. I'll pick one of these ones for my own list right now. Oh, that's different, right? We didn't have anything that said park rating can't drop below at any time. I mean, I guess it's probably like a 2. It's not that exciting. Arid heights. 1,000 guests, minimum park rating. But you have unlimited time. And the free of any financial limits also implies some kind of gimmick, right? Like you have, was it infinite, literally infinite money? Okay, so infinite money is a high quality gimmick, I think. I would rate that at a 5. And the minimum park rating is boring, but the infinite money one is cool. That's cool that they can even adjust those knobs. Yeah, basically the way I think about it is like, what's the design space of RollerCoaster Tycoon, right? There's all sorts of knobs. This game has a billion fucking knobs. There's the guest preferences. There's you could have a level that's just about you need to like solve the food crisis in this stupid park. Like everyone is fucking starving to death and shitting everywhere, and it's horrible. That sounds like a really cool level. You know what I mean? So like any level that's keying into that design space more is something that's interesting to me. Okay, so Razor Rocks is similar to Coaster Crazy. 10 different coasters with excitement over 6. I hope it's not exactly the same, because I guess that would drop the relative interestingness of both of those maps. Arid Hypes is a big flat map. I see. Particularly because it gives you so much money. Crater Lake, an ancient. That seems like a cool map concept, even if the objective is kind of lame. Oh, this is cool. So that's Vertigo Views. Monthly income from ride tickets of at least $8,000. I'd call that a 3 probably. I guess my thought is that stuff that's like that basically just degenerates to money or guests is less interesting, but stuff that's like really honed in on something really specific, like, what was the one? I like the finish, the partially built coasters. You were talking about ones where the guests have specific weird restrictions. All right, so Big Pier seems cool from it. Like that seems like a high map quality, right? Maybe if the objective quality is kind of boring, the map quality is neat. If it's all piers over water. Okay, finish building coasters. That one again. 2-year limit is tough for Big Pier. Are they better at rating these difficulty-wise as the series? I assume they are. I like don't trust it at all now because of Dinky Park. But I assume by the like their second expansion, they kind of know what they're doing a little bit better. Dragon's Cove. I'll put Big Pier 2 down here because I like the idea. Goodnight Park. Seems like a fun map idea. Right, so this is a all underground income from ride tickets of at least 9,000. I see. So that one I would say the objective quality is just fine. It's not super exciting, but if everything's underground, that's different. And I have some practice with that because of Dinky Park. So I'll put that as like a 3. Grand Glacier. Crazy Craters. So this is another one that's infinite money. $2,000 guests, minimum park rating, infinite money. I guess I don't know what else they can really make infinite, right? Because if you think about like all the design space knobs for the game, you think that they would want to like max one of them out for every kind of stage, right? So you could have one where you have infinite money. You can have one where I guess unfortunately, a lot of things end up generating the money, don't they? So once you've already done infinite money, that rule you can't be like, here the guest will pay $500 for a soda, right? But they don't want to do anything else. Your coasters have to be your loss leaders for your sodas. 5 coasters to complete. Okay. Seven that's Dusty Desert. Yeah, I like that about the Craters one. I'll probably rate that decently high for map quality. This historical, okay, is only allowed to build older styled rides. That's good. Does that mean that you're also only limited to research those older style rides? I guess that's a gimmick, right? You might as well end up doing all the finish the pre-built coasters ones since they're all inherently unique. I see. Older style ride seems like it's a high quality gimmick, even if the actual objective is kind of boring. Develop this alien park to maximize its profit. Oh, the research lists are fixed to the stage. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice if when you like got in, you could like go in and see the research progression in the level. Make some decisions around that. At least 10,000. Yeah, so I'm sensing there's like an escalation here. So you'll have monthly income from tickets of at least 8,000 and then 9,000 and then 10,000 and then partially built coasters 6.6, 6.7, 7.0, right? So I don't know if they did that on purpose. They're not necessarily in order in the list from those, but I could, if I'm trying to make my own progression through the game, I could maybe try to focus on each of those separately. It's probably the right way to do it. Icarus Park is painful to look at. Well, that's cute at least. It's more interesting than a 1. Sunny Swamps already has several rides. Place for expansion. Well, that's every level in the game. Get out of here with that shit. Giant centerpiece coaster. Oh. I really like, so I think what's cool about this is that they made this insanely robust, like, map creator tool. And so seeing them come up with stages in their map creator tool that feel really different from each other is really neat. I'll probably put Thunder Rocks as like a 4 for map quality. Just because the premise sounds really different. Maximum length and excitement rating. Okay. 10 coasters, max length. 39.37. Excitement greater than 7. It's fine. Yeah, okay. I could do that. I think that this is part of playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, so me just going through here and slowly reading everything I hope isn't too miserable. Pleasure Island. Long, thin island. Well, that seems cool. Call that a 4. 10 different coasters. I'll be happy while I'm making the spreadsheet. And then as soon as I have to load into one of these stages, it's gonna be like, oh no. Racy landscape. I guess the park rating not dropping is like, it's neat that they have that as an option. Maybe what they're doing is they're saying that this is an infinite time map, and so we're gonna make the park rating your like constant pressure instead of it being time. Because the first time I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But now I've seen it enough times that it's less interesting. Maybe if you had a map that had a gimmick that causes your park rating to be like, if everyone is like twice as likely to get sick or something, you know, so you have to have more handymen, or like handyman costs way more, you know. Tiny towers. I agree that anything that's finished building coasters, finish 5 coasters. Excitement 6.4. A lot of the guest kind of objectives have guest gimmicks that are hidden. You see. I wish they would just say it, though. Sometimes they're willing to just say it. That's a small park, too. Okay. Large park with a novel transportation system around its edge. 10 coasters. Min length 45.93. Excitement greater than 7. Pacifica. Monthly income of at least 8,000 from ride tickets. So did ride tickets include stalls? I know they're in the rides menu. They're just saying you can't be from park income, right? Urban Jungle is Kowloon Walled City. That's funny. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I'll put that one pretty high. Stalls could also be an objective. Okay. Terror Town. 10 coasters. Excitement greater than 6. That's actually the easiest of those. I guess Coaster Crazy and Corkscrew Follies is the same. Mega World Park. So the gimmick is tons of rides already have to be maintained. 3,500 guests. Park rating greater than 700. Maybe. Faraway planet Venus. So Micro Park is like taking Dinky Park even in the next level. basically, the more restricted I am, the better. The more free I am, the more miserable I am. It's interesting because it's like you have what is essentially a puzzle on one extreme in like your scenario design for this game, and the other extreme is a sandbox, right? Uh, and they're like in tension with each other. Like the more freedom I have, the less interesting the puzzle is. Um, so map quality is a 5 for that guy. Arc value greater than 100,000 by year 3, which is a boring objective, but the map quality is interesting. Micro Park is less than half the size of Dinky. So you pretty much have to build down with that one. Let me look at this one really quick. I'm curious. That's literally it. That's cool. So like here you have to build down and up, I take it. You don't really have a lot of money to start with. Okay. Yeah. That's probably good to have to learn how to do it. But maybe I'll be better at doing custom builds if I do the finished building objectives. All right, hold on. Looking at these guys. Electric fields. Are any of these like iconic just because they're in the base campaign? They're like early parks in the base campaign of RCT2? The income from ride tickets of $5,000. Bumbly Bazaar. Okay. Um, not doing this map right now. Monthly profit from food, drink, and merchandise sales. Okay. That's fun. I like that. That's probably my favorite one so far. I'll put that as a 5. So, like, you have to attract the customers with the rides and roller coasters, which are actually making the money from the stalls. Okay, I see. They redo the difficulty. Amity Airfield is notorious for being too hard because it used to be placed in the beginner tier. They got to move Dinky Park. I feel like they could, like, you could even do, I mean, maybe they're like, well, it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, so we can't have a level where there's no roller coasters, but they could do a level where it's like literally just build food and drink stalls, right? Like, because I feel like that's a good way to get you on board with all of the mechanics. If you made a level that was, this level is just about making the perfect looping coaster, and it's just a tiny little park, and that's all you can do, make a looping coaster and get it exactly right so that it has exactly this excitement value or whatever. Um, and then you could say, okay, well, that's the training wheels so that, you know, eventually the sandbox player who's playing with their toys can play with their toys more effectively. You know what I mean? There's another 10 different coasters. Excitement greater than 6. Lava rock with streams of magma. Give me another infinite money. I wish they had more crazy gimmicks because I feel like there's a lot of room to make crazy gimmicks. So maybe there's more of them that aren't displayed on the scenario screen here. Our guests. Park rating always 700. Oh, that's a 1, but infinite money is like a 5. Botany breakers. Alpine Adventures, 7,000. You've seen the scenario editor enough to know what gimmicks are possible. There's not much you aren't seeing now. Repay your loan. Roller coasters only. Okay. That seems like a great stage. I'm basically giving all the gimmicks a 5 here just because that there even is a gimmick feels like it's huge. Repay loan. Achieve park value of 500K. Alpine Adventures. 10K at 8% interest, and you start with no money. Yeah, I'd say that would be a 5 then. That seems like that's pretty tough. Wait, so you don't even start with the 10K? There's another unlimited money. Guests, park rating greater than 700. Build a flying themed amusement park. That one had to go to year 4. You said that used to be a beginner park? Interesting. 10 different types of coasters. Min length 39, 37 feet. Excitement greater than 7. Oh, high intensity guests. That's cool. This was Ghost Town. Fungus Woods. Only wooden rides. And all the fucking trees are in the way. Yeah, I think I like minimum park rating better than time limit. Forbidden from building anything tall. Tall rides. Guests by year 4, park rating 600. Okay. Wacky Worlds. Sustain the town's population. So is there actually a trick to this one? They can't build taller than the tallest tree on the property. It's cute. Okay, Great Wall of China has infinite money. It's Wacky Worlds. I couldn't tell if Canyon Calamities has anything particularly interesting going on for it other than just the look of the map. Mark rating greater than 700. They're all terrain gimmicks. Okay. Mines of Africa. Number of guests to educate them in the unique heritage of the Aboriginal people. It's all cool. More infinite money. Not as transformative as the RCT1 expansions, sure. Coaster Heaven. It would be cool if some of these, like this one in Canyon Calamities, actually had some kind of new mechanic around, like some kind of special building that you have to make that's like an education center or something. I assume that that's just all flavor text, though. 10 coasters, min length, 3281. Site greater than 7. Infinite money again. Okay. Mirage Madness. Maybe an interesting map. Okay, there's another repay your loan level. Pay loan. Park value of 100. So that's the easier version of that. So if I'm going to do repay your loan ones, I'll do that first. Of the ones I've seen so far, I kind of want to do Micro Park because it's so restricted, right? It's really going to force me to look for small rides or the one that has the height limit. Build a park inspired by the Maharaja's Palace. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't do more stuff that's like you need to have this number of like themed style points and just make the park be all about the theming, right? Because like they probably can say, okay, this is, you know, a medieval castle element, or this is an Indian element or whatever. I need a grounding in the coaster building tool. Okay, that's fine. Cheap, abundant hydroelectric power. This park value is not amazingly interesting, but it's more interesting than the normal shit. It's pretty high value, too. Okay. Wacky Waikiki. That one goes to year 5. Wow. That's cool. Rainforest Romp. Existing clearing to provide a viable alternative to the local timber industry. I kind of like the woke wacky worlds pack. It's great. I agree with all of the scenarios they're going for, but it's like, dude, I'm still a like super evil capitalist. Like if you play this game, the character you're playing as is the most evil person in history, and there's no way that you can wash the blood off your hands with even some of these cute little like, hey, let's try to stop destroying the rainforest, guys. Like, you know, okay, well. I love the idea of like trying to save the rainforest with an amusement park in the rainforest. That's good. That's good shit, actually. Park value greater than 275,000 by year 4. From the ashes, an old park has fallen into disrepair. A European Union grant to return the deprived area to its former glory. Now, from the picture, it's I can't prove this, but I wonder if they felt pressure to rename this level. And they're saying, oh, it's like a ruined Soviet park that you have to like rehabilitate. And they're like, oh, no, it's an old park from the European Union. Don't worry about it. Okay. You do that one and play the Soviet national anthem in the background. How bad is it? This seems like a cool stage, actually. All the rides are down. That's cool. So all rides are broken. Park value greater than 275,000 by... Oh, wait, no, that's Rainforest Romp. This is Repay loan. Yeah. There's no time limit on that one. Okay. Repay the grant. Yeah, they're doing the anti-Soviet propaganda and then like wussed out at the last second. It's kind of funny. Transform an old oil refinery ecological eyesore into a top tourist attraction. This expansion reads to me like the people working on RollerCoaster Tycoon felt bad for making such an evil game. And we're like, okay, you know, we'll stop the oil refineries. We're sorry. But if your guests think that they're getting a good deal, you still need to exploit the fuck out of them and like trap them in restrooms and charge them $20 for umbrellas. Like, loan interest is high. You could sell the old buildings for salvage. Okay, that's different. So Icy Adventures. 200,000 by year 5. Yeah, no entry sign in front of the park exit. Does that actually work? That's really funny. I guess they'll get pissed after a while. Sell old buildings. High loan interest. I'd call that a 5, yeah. They tank the park rating, okay. European cultural visitor attraction. Increase number of guests to pay back the EU subsidy. Right, but we don't actually have like a payback loan objective, okay. Develop a big combined park. That's kind of a neat map concept, I guess. So it's saying it's like there's 2 different parks and you have to be able to like merge the footpaths and stuff. But I guess the map doesn't look super interesting. Oh, no, you do have to kind of connect them. It's a cooler concept than I thought it was from the screenshot. Yeah, I'd call that one a 5. If you... Let the music play. Beach Barbecue Blast. Yeah, if you see stages like this, I'd say that's a 5 for map quality, even if the objective is boring. 2,200 guests by year 5. 600. Don't care about the actual objective. Lost City Founder. Yeah, so like boost tourism, construct a park that's in tune with its surroundings could be a really cool objective if it really limited you on like what kind of like what are they, the scenery objects. If you needed to use like a preset set of scenery objects and need to have a certain number of them, it doesn't seem like it actually does that, right? Oh, it's Machu Picchu. So you have to build around the existing scenery. That's kind of cool as a gimmick. 100 guests. Park rating greater than 700, and it's can't delete scenery, right? Okinawa Coast. Foundations and earthquake risk. That seems good. 800 guests by year 5 with park rating 600. 8 restrictions. As long as you don't see the Matrix with game mechanics. I love all the flavor ideas for these are fucking great though. Like Canyon Calamities is cool. I really like Ayer's Adventure. I don't think it would. They wouldn't have to like. I get that if you're trying to make a scenario like this, you're kind of limited to what's already in your system, right? So you can't really make like a new building, but you could cheese it and you could make, oh, in this level the information center is now, you know, an education center, and instead of giving out a park map, it gives, you know, you just change the text, you change the label, and maybe you do like a palette swap on the building or something, and that's enough that I'd say, okay, whatever, I'll do your info park level, that's fine. All right, Time Twister. That was all Wacky Worlds. Sherwood Forest. See, this is good too, where I think that that's pure flavor text, but if that was a mechanic, that would be sick as fuck potentially, right? If there is some way where it's like you have to explicitly exploit rich guests, I would love the hell out of that. But Sherwood Forest, the income from ride tickets, $1,000. I think that's the easiest one of the monthly income from ride tickets that I've seen. So maybe we do that one somewhat soon. Crater Carnage. Dusty old meteor crater. Oh, is this like meteor crater in Arizona? I've been there. That's pretty cool, actually. Kind of a cool map concept. Yeah, imagine there's a lot of these that I'm rating sort of low because the objective looks boring, but everything that's interesting about it is just that it's a really wild looking map. So I'll put that as a relatively high map value. Park value of 100K. Year 2. Okay. Alcatraz. Infinite money for Alcatraz. Probably should check out some of the infinite money parks. If I can find one that's infinite money and complete a coaster. I think there's infinite money in 10 different coasters, but I don't know if there's... I haven't seen one yet that's infinite money and finished coasters. Thank you, Carathro. How have you been? Hope you're okay. 10 coasters, excitement greater than 6. Alien theme park. You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that. And it is nothing like extreme evolution. I have a new definition understanding of hostile to encoding because of all like the park guests walking around. Repay loan, park value, 240,000. Schneider Shores. Well, we did just see one. This one is infinite money and build 10 coasters. So that's the first time it's been different. Rocky Rambles. Mythological Madness. Is this another one where technically I can't change any of the existing scenery? Oh, that's pretty cool. Parthenon. So these maps are really big, though. Like, the map being this big freaks me the fuck out, I'll be honest. My favorite map so far has been Micro Park, which is empty and flat. Okay, well, we'll put that as a gimmick, though. Can't delete scenery. They're just bigger in RCT2, I see. This Time Twister. Repay your loan. Park value of 265,000. I kind of wish that that was the objective for most stages. I feel like park rating is, oh, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Rock and roll revival. You gotta write down mythological madness here. State-of-the-art attractions. So does this limit you to what you can build? Does it have like a only futuristic attractions requirement or something? That's cool. Yeah, I wish I could go in and look at the tech tree here. Well, that's cool. God. These levels are like way too fucking big, man. Way too big. Metropolis. Woodstock. That's funny. So that's a cute map. I would rate that one relatively high just for the map concept being kind of cute. So like you can't build on top of these. They're just here, the parking lot. There's nothing that can be done about it. I guess the problem is that there's going to be a lot of cute maps like this one. Like I'm probably not actually going to do the Woodstock level because while it's you load it and you're like, oh, that's cute. Like that's it. That's the whole value of the stage because you're not like the shape of it isn't really going to meaningfully change how you build stuff. I feel like there'd have to be another mechanic where like most of the people are milling about the concert stage, so you have to like get their attention on the way to the concert stage or something. But I don't feel like there's a lot of geometry in Roller Coaster Tycoon that really cares about that. Like, but that's a thing. That's a thing in Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress is people have these list of needs and they're going to adjust their needs based on what they can see, right, and what's happened recently. A lot of it is maps that are cute. Yeah. I guess I'll at some point I'll load into all of them and look at them. We can go ahead and once I'm done looking at the objectives, actually boot all of them up and see if there's any that I'm just particularly excited by just based on the map looking cute. Dark Age theme park on the grounds of Cliffside Castle. Animatronic antics. Reaching the end of their design space. Yeah, what are the expansions mostly adding, right? I guess to me an expansion necessarily has to be like new design space, but is it mostly just like new scenery and stuff? Or is it not even not anything new? It's just like, no, we used our scenario builder tool to make these cool maps that you could have built, but we packaged them together into an expansion you can buy. They have new ride types. Okay. Jurassic era theme park. Legally distinct. Oh, that's pretty cool looking. That's really cool looking, actually. And it has this like chair lift that goes all the way across. Wow. I guess that's weird enough that I mean it's mostly you load in and it's cute, but compared to the Woodstock one, I don't think you can just get away with building regular coasters here and be fine. So theming was added, whereas one expansion's totally new rides and mechanics. I'll put on Coastersaurus. It's funny that they put the word real in quotes for real parks. Yes, by year 4, park rating of 600. The map quality is like a 2 there. Do they have every Six Flags except the one that I went to as a kid? That's fucked. These actually all seem kind of lame. So you just run with the original park. Oh, Alton Towers. That's why it has the tall trees all over the place. Yeah, it's purely the novelty that, oh, this is just like a real park. And it's like, yeah, but it's like a fantasy video game where you can build in a fucking meteor crater or like a Jurassic ravine, right? There's nothing I want less than an actual real park. These are like the fucking the city maps in Mario Kart 8, right? I don't think I have any interest in doing any of these. I'll look at them really quick, I guess. I guess it's kind of interesting that they have the like insane density of a real theme park when the person's actually trying to maximize use of the real estate. Hyde Park. I may have actually been to Magic Mountain once. I was Six Flags Great America was in suburban Chicago. Well, this one's neat because it's much more water-oriented and significantly less dense. Yeah, the parks as they were 30 years ago, right? Where is Six Flags Great Adventures? Isn't like Wyoming or something where you have unlimited free space? It looks pretty open and not claustrophobic. Flags Holland. Oh, I looked at that one already. Is Magic Mountain the one that there's like a famous wooden roller coaster, the Beast or something? Is that what this is? Oh, that's Cyclone. Colossus. King's Island, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you. There's like a R.L. Stein book about it. Judge Roy Scream. The water rides had multiple casualties a week. I would think the water rides would be the most dangerous. That was the ones I went to as a kid. Okay. Well, it's cute that they did that, but also, I don't care. Fort Anachronism. So is the whole bit with this that this, like, specifically only used stuff from the original? Is this, like, nostalgic for Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 or something? They have giant parking lots, yeah. Build your own Six Flags, whatever. No, don't care. Okay. So I've made my spreadsheet. I will share it on stream later, but I'm going to clean it up a little bit first because I just kind of type stuff randomly. Just looking at my sheet, though, let me see if I can pick a map to do here. Maybe the Sherwood Forest Monthly income from ride tickets, $1,000. That's probably pretty achievable. Let's see. So this one has no time limit, right? So I can just fuck around indefinitely as long as I eventually get that monthly income value where it needs to be. And then this is a nice park because it actually requires me to build more paths, it looks like. Okay. We don't want that much. Water rides have the least control over the vehicles and the forces people riding them are subjected to. That makes sense. Max funding for research. Don't want scenery and theming. I basically want to check to turn that off on basically every stage if we can. And then our current rides here are Crazy Golf? Oh, it's like mini golf. Okay, so that's like a new RollerCoaster Tycoon 2 thing or something. I see. Shops and stalls. Wow, they give you like every possible shop and stall immediately there. I want to be able to keep this build a ride menu open. I don't know why they would give you all of these if the scenario doesn't require it. Maybe that's just like a design thing that they pivot to. It's like, we should just give you all the stalls right away instead of requiring you to research them. Curious how much money this ends up bringing in with the default prices. Need more bathrooms after all that. They give you everything because it's designed to be super easy, sure. Litter bins. Food is food and drinks are drinks. So they don't like care about like is it literally food is food, drinks are drinks? They're not like, oh, I want this kind of food, or oh, I passed by this one. Like they don't like model whether the guests want sweets versus savory or anything like that. I see. Whoops. Trebuchet ride. Vertical drops are all expensive as fuck. Got it. So are those ones. No, okay, so the loan interest gets pretty nasty outside of the original game. Did they adjust how that works? So if I put these on the back. I need to do a better job of trying to understand how to line up the cues. Because I don't really have a good feel for it still. I know it's not that complicated, but I think it's... my brain gets really confused because they are always projecting what it would look like if I did the next build instead of telling me what it's going to look like if I stop right now, right? And for some reason, I really struggle with that. It's quite annoying. Okay. Now I keep testing these. Should I be doing that if it's a pre-built, or does it not really matter if it's pre-built? Projected path is functional even if you haven't built it. Guys can walk on it even though it doesn't exist yet. I see. And generally, wider paths are undesirable. Because they give the guests more places to wander, which isn't great. Is that true? Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Come ride the ride. Trebuchet Ride 1 is a really good value. Get fucked. Log Train Junior Coaster is a great value. Paying that much to go on the Sherwood Circus. I haven't finished my burger yet. You know, that's mood. I'm always thinking that. We'll have like silly hats. Okay. It's cute. Many of these are relatively cheap. Let's have fixed entry and exit points, I guess. I guess this confuses me because, like, how does it want me to connect these guys? Yeah, that's what I thought. That wasn't going to work. Like that, I guess. I don't think I can possibly get out of here, right? Okay. I don't understand why sometimes I can destroy struts and sometimes I can't. It seems completely arbitrary to me. I assume it's not, but it feels like it is. Did they add like a grid feature here? Because it's a lot easier to tell how I can line stuff up now than it was before. No, weird. I don't know why it's more visible now. Maybe it's just the color of the path or something. Careful running at a deficit here. May as well be testing it while I wait to be able to afford to put an entrance into it here. Could take a bit more of a loan just to build this path and then try to pay it back. Open. Interesting, the different maps as you progress through it seem to be better about like auto hiring people. He's like a circus tent? Oh, literally a circus tent. Okay. I'm gonna charge more for these. So there need to be benches on the way out so that if they throw up, they can sit down instead of throwing up, I guess is what you're saying. Gotcha. I see. I want a more robust, like, ride profit. I want to see the profit over time for every ride in a single view, but I think to get that, I have to open this. Right? No, that's performance. Any reason the throughput in this is so much worse than this one is just a reality of like how fast the ride is and how many cars are on the train or how recently it opened or whatever. I guess you can do stuff like half load, quarter load, and so on. Will it automatically spend a couple minutes trying to fill? If you don't check wait for it, does it not do anything at all? I see. Synchronize with adjacent stations. Does that actually work? Oh, I see. Never mind. Wait for full load with a maximum time. And that's 60 seconds of real time, not sped up time. I don't know how long it takes them to load, I guess is the problem. It's gonna be different for every coaster, I take it. Alright, loan interest is becoming pretty expensive now. I see. Is it not model time for them to get on? Like, is anyone that's in the queue just instantly loaded if there's a car available or something? How much am I getting from ride tickets right now? Oh, I'm about to pass the objective once this month is over. Cool. Mark this one as done. I'll try to look for some of the other ones here that are low difficulty, but a different objective type than what I've done before. It's crazy there's just that one make money from merchandise sales, because that's like probably the most interesting objective in the entire list that we saw. I don't think anything even comes close to that. Maybe I'll do that one next. Bumbly Bazaar. Okay. That was under RollerCoaster Tycoon 2. Food, drink, and merchandise sales of at least $1,000. Okay, but I start with a bunch of stalls already. So the real thing is I have to like pull people in with coasters. I don't really need to build more of these stalls. I guess I could change their prices, right? Depending on what people think of them. I want to go home. Yeah, mood. Right. Oh, that's smart. At this point, they knew about the umbrella cheese and decided not to patch it. Okay, I need to understand there's some kind of default geometric shape to my entrance and exit paths that I basically always want to adopt. So do I always want the entrance to be directly next to the exit? And which one ought to be closer to the path? The exit should be closer to the path. So like this. So like even facing here would be better, I guess. Okay, let me fuck with it. So like that is optimal. And then should the entrance be on the exact opposite side and just snake around to it? Like, I guess I feel like that's not taking advantage of the fact that you can have one path that's touching both the entrance and exit. I mean, I guess it is for the main drag, but okay. So I feel like I don't really understand some of these rides, like this car racer one. Like, what? How do I phrase this question? What percentage of the value of a ride, like how profitable it is, how attractive it is to guests, what percentage of that is like its category, and what percentage of it is how huge it is? Like, could you make a gigantic car race ride that's 100 times bigger than a roller coaster and compete with a roller coaster? Higher means they pay more. Okay, that made a little bit more sense. I feel like most of the time you're just going to find a really useful compact coaster and just build it on every map, right? The Mango Muncher seems pretty compact. My kingdom for a fucking... I want a Control Z button so bad. I can't begin to tell you. This year I may as well just max out the loan because I win as soon as I get the target concessions. Seems pretty crazy. So this is already set up, so I just have to connect the path and it's like good to go. It's pretty sick. I keep seeing those preset like exit and entrance paths and think like, are these like proven designs or are they just like chosen for their aesthetics? What are we up to over here from our food and drink sales? Because they require me to increase some of these prices, it looks like. Now, food and drink specifically, not other stalls. Oh, I didn't realize I had any control over my pathway colors. I think every other map has only given me one. Oh, because you start the map and they haven't had time to get hungry or thirsty yet, I guess. I see. I was asking if the reason why no one's hungry and thirsty yet is because they have to spend a certain amount of time in the park before they don't enter the park already with a hunger and thirst amount, I guess. Clean and tidy. I see. Dream Chariots is a good value, motherfucker. Fuck. Seems like actually getting the hunger and thirst value must be pretty tough. You could have a lot of guests, I suppose. But they give you this big open space, which makes sense, but... I don't, you're right. Yeah, so I'm wondering is like the main way I'm going to increase food and drink sales. I guess maybe we do marketing campaigns to pull people in. I'm worried. Some of the things that worries me about Roller Coaster Tycoon is that there's all this design space, but all the design space just kind of like degenerates into money, right? Yeah, I want this to be kind of transformative. That now that I have to focus on shop stock, I guess maybe it's that I want to do vouchers for free food and drink, right? But I can't do multiple foods and drinks at the same time. I have to pick one. Aim for 800. So I need more rides then, I guess. I love when they just like give me a little thing that I connect to my path. That's fantastic. Wow, they literally have a food voucher in their inventory that they pay for food and it gives no profit. That's funny. But it doesn't, if you give them the vouchers, it doesn't like increase traffic to that stand or something, or it doesn't make them like hungry later. You know what I mean? It's crazy like what they do and don't model. I feel like the difference between what is and isn't abstracted is really important, but I'm guessing the average player doesn't give a shit at all, right? I could also go through, since I hate setting ride prices, I could just set a park entrance fee. Oh, am I not allowed to set it here? That's interesting. I wonder why. Okay, food drink sales are up now. $312,000? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a Timmy ride, exactly. These maps are just so much bigger, it feels like. I have to figure out how the fuck to get something through here. Need to like separate the ones. Oh my god, damn it. They need to separate the ones that give you a path that you just connect to your main path, you know? Those are really, really useful. That seems fine. Because they give you all this giant open space, you can just make everything you care about. I don't know, I guess this is interesting. I've only done a couple maps outside of the starting RollerCoaster Tycoon 1 maps, but it's like, how do I phrase this? RollerCoaster Tycoon 1 maps, at least the ones that I did in order, were all really claustrophobic. And not like Dinky Park. It was just like, it was still a big map, but everything was like placed so densely that there wasn't really a lot of room to build stuff. And it's interesting that these later maps like Sherwood Forest, that Woodstock one I was looking at, this one, it's like, no, we're just gonna give you a bunch of giant flat space. I wonder if they realize that that's more fun for actually building the coasters. Like, I guess I like the idea of like trying to fit a coaster into a very specific place, but it's like some of those RCT1 maps are just, they're the combination of the two worst things, where it's like the level's already too designed, right? There's already too many coasters in it. It's already too much of an active park. And trying to find a place to just barely fit in a ride that you can barely fit an entrance and an exit into isn't particularly fun. It's restricted on map size due to hardware of the time. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that if you wanted to make a map that's specifically about try to fit rides into this limited space, that's cool. But of the ones I saw for RCT1, the only one that really earnestly felt like that was Dinky Park. And then the other ones, it was like, well, it's kind of hard to fit stuff in here, but there's still like plenty of space. But it kind of becomes this weird game of like, look for the weird changes in elevation to figure out where a ride can technically fit. It's not as interesting to me. I don't want every level to be this giant flat space. I think this would get boring really, really fast, but... Oh, they have to walk a really long way to get to those shops. Give them a chance to get hungry, I guess. forget which kinds of coasters I've built. I'd love to have like a way to just know what category of ride everything is. I guess I could just start naming them after the ride that they are, but build custom rides that fit into their terrain rather than finding a spot with a pre-built with float. So I'm gonna have to build my own rides at some point. The reason I haven't been doing it is because I assume it's just possible to design the ride in such a way that like there's not enough velocity to overcome a hill or something, right? That's why there's a testing mechanic. It doesn't sound fun to me. I could build a chairlift or something because it seems like it just works. I guess I'm going to have to eventually, so maybe I should just get it over with, but it's like half the game. Okay, I have those two. I think I just built one of these. Pretty cool looking coaster. God damn it. Okay, I'll open up. Charge a lot for this one, probably. Detailed physics simulations, coaster weight, G-forces and stuff. Yeah, I look at that on one of these. Where, does it tell me somewhere? Only after it's been tested, I guess. Nausea rating, intensity, lateral G's, airtime. Yeah. I guess that's only problematic for me because I feel like this is two games, right? There's a game that someone maybe has already made or will make that's literally just the physics simulation coaster building aspect. That's like Kerbal Space Program, right? For this. That doesn't also have park mechanics and like building stalls and foods and drink. It's like it's just the physics part. But like I'm pretty much able to ignore this most of the time. Even if it is supposed to be a substantial part of the game. I guess you'd have to like design all of the loops around, really forcing me to grok it. Fantasy ride park builder and a management plate spinning simulator. It's chocolate and peanut butter for some people, I imagine. For me, it's like toothpaste and orange juice. Plate spinning. I played like 2 games where I really liked plate spinning. And art. Being creative for its own sake. I'll be creative if like there's some kind of extrinsic reward for it, but they spent all their time on the ride designer, didn't play the scenarios. Yeah. I recognize that's a flaw in my character. I'm always so embarrassed. Like I have a lot of friends who are much more interested in, you know, the creative aspect of games like this, they'll play something like Animal Crossing, and like the reason they're playing Animal Crossing is to build a pretty island with pretty decorations, right? Something I actually really liked about Hello Kitty Island Adventure is Hello Kitty Island Adventure said, okay, there's all these people from the Hello Kitty universe who are going to come to visit your island, and this is Dear Daniel, and he's, you know, Hello Kitty's boyfriend, and he wants to have these like 6 kinds of decorations in his house. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, well, now that you've told me I have to decorate his house, and that it's not just, I'm just free to do whatever the fuck I want, I have to do these things to make Dear Daniel happy, now you've extrinsically motivated me to do something creative. And I'm not like going to go in there and just exactly place them in a grid. Like, I'll try to make it look a little bit nice, a little bit, right? But I really need that initial, like, it needs to be, these are these kind of constraints that you have to work within, and then be creative on top of those constraints. It's like the more open it is, the less fun it is. There's tons of YouTube channels for this game that just put unlimited money on and just build a cool park. Non-functional hotels, parking lots. It's pretty cool. It feels like it's a part of being a person that I am never going to enjoy. It's like, I want reincarnation to exist so I could like live life again as the person that gets dopamine from that, because it's like, it's one of those things where I can conceptually understand why someone would enjoy that. And I've definitely done things in the past where it's just like it's purely creative. There is no kind of structure to it whatsoever. And it's been enjoyable. I just don't know what it is about video games where it's like the video game part of the game is telling me, engage with this. This is what matters. This is like a higher form of thing. You know what I mean? I guess I've been able to play and enjoy games that are very explicitly a toy, where like the toyness of the product is front and center, and it's like there's no other systems here, man. You cannot win this. There is no objective to meet. There is no puzzle to solve. There is no design space to work with. Just like draw a thing. That's great. I can play the shit out of that, but to me it's like matter and antimatter. Like, they shouldn't touch. Or make them touch as much as you possibly can. Like Minecraft is a good example, yeah. Minecraft survival mode does a good job of like, well, you know, I'm still not going to be really creative. I'm mostly going to be mining in a fucking grid, right? I'm going to be building, you know, Spartan efficient buildings that can protect me from the elements and the like. But maybe in the process of doing that, some creative things will just sort of happen. It's weird to think about, though, because it's like, I want to say, well, don't let gaming and creativity touch. Like, if it's going to be a video game, capital V, capital G, with puzzles and restrictions and design space and stuff, don't ask me to be creative at all. But I don't think that's true. I think there is a way to design it where they're, like, perfectly synergistic with each other. And I've only played a handful of games that have done that. Fuck! Go, 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 go! $20! Fuck, 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 fuck! Now's your chance. It never rains here. Now we're playing a video game, all right? This is pod racing. Didn't I have a thing that showed me profit for everything that I was able to like sort and see how much of it was coming from umbrellas specifically? House building game versus a family life simulator. Yeah, and I think that there are a lot of games where like there are 2 or even multiple, more than 2 core gameplay loops. Hell yeah. Did it as intended. Lucked out from a lucky thunderstorm. I'm curious now. The games don't always have to be you know, really tightly focused. They can have a really big scope and have a lot of systems, and they can work together. That's the thing that I think is so special about RuneScape, that it's a game that is a really big game that has a lot of interfacing loops that don't really share a lot in common with each other, that nevertheless happen to socket into each other really nicely in a really synergistic way. This might be a scripted storm. Shop sales. I would have been here for hours, y'all. I was previously making like $100 a month. Holy shit. Well, I feel like I cheated, but whatever. That's, you know, it's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. All right, let me look at my spreadsheet here. It's just different climate options. Yeah, this one being dry makes sense. Maybe we'll do an infinite money one. There was one of the infinite money ones was like a really accessible level, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's it not working too well to me is just, it's so weird because like hypothetically this game is Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress is one of the most fun games I've ever played on stream. Like it exactly sockets into my brain chemistry. That is a game that is just about being creative and doing shit for its own sake constantly. There are no objectives, right? You can just be like, oh, what's the thing I can do? And so I'm like, oh, you could build like an aquifer. It's like, okay, I'll try to build an aquifer. And then while I'm building the aquifer, I get invaded by ogres or something, and it like generates a story, and I love it. And it's so good. And it's the systems are like this thing that I usually hate in games, where it's trying to do this like emergent thing. It's like, I don't want anything to be emergent. I want everything to be authored. I want the developer to tell me, I want you to solve this puzzle, and then give me the puzzle. But like all of the authorial intent in Dwarf Fortress is baked into the like robustness of the simulation. You know what I mean? So like trying to understand like, why does Dwarf Fortress work so well for me, despite it theoretically being so much more chaotic and so much more open and so much more of an apparent sandbox, you know? It's like, is it this point on the graph where there's too much structure, but then still not enough structure? It's like it either needs to cut 90% of the structure and fully lean into the toy aspect, or it needs to like go even harder on the structure, and it's in this like anti-Goldilocks zone where it's the worst of both worlds or something. I don't know. I'll think on it more as we play. Okay. Infinite money, 2,000 guests, minimum park rating, crazy craters, arid heights. Could do one of the partially built coasters ones. Let me find what's the easiest one of those. I think Tiny Towers was finish 5 coasters, excitement 6.4. So Tiny Towers was Loopy Landscapes. Let's finish building the 5 existing coasters. This seems great. It's a nice tiny area. The coasters are all really tightly packed. I'm gonna have to cause them to connect to each other. Yeah, I feel like there's like so much really cool complexity in the guest system. I think that shit is like is dope as hell. I really dig it. Um I feel like that complexity is fully, well, it's not fully exploited in Dwarf Fortress, because in Dwarf Fortress there's all these mechanics that Tarn added on a whim one weekend that are they're like dead ends, right? Like making honey. Honey is totally degenerate with every other source of food. So like you could do it, but like who cares? It's, you know, there's not this crazy intense cool skill tree where like somebody can be a beekeeper and get really good at beekeeping, and that like unlocks all this other content. But there are some loops that are important like that are fun to track down. I don't know. I haven't put my finger on it just yet. Volcania had more of the coasters built already than that. Okay, let me go check that one then. This one seems cool. I'll come back to it. Maybe this is more of like a, now you know how it works, so now do the hard level. 6.7. Really cool looking level. Even this is very Dwarf Fortress, having a look at the different layers like this. Is there any view that lets me just not have to do it in slices like this and just imagine all the possibility space inside the mountain? Like, one for underground view. I guess it's like trying to show me the way stuff clips into the world. I guess that's not. I don't know how to describe what I'm envisioning in my head with what I'm asking for. I mean, I guess it technically does show me, but it's so obscured by all the crap around it that I can like barely make it out. And some of it is less usefully presented there than if I... No, I guess that is exactly what it looks like, huh? That's like a path, this red thing. Yeah. Yeah. And the isometric looks really impressive for the time. It probably needs to be an isometric game because of the roller coasters. You want to be able to rotate around and see them from different angles and stuff, but... That might be part of the friction with me getting into Roller Coaster Tycoon, is that just like... It's often very difficult for me to make sense of what I'm looking at, right? Which hypothetically is a problem in Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress even has a 2D flat game that's originally with ASCII. You can start to kind of visualize it after a while, I think. Even if you're having to drill down by layers, you're starting to imagine, oh, okay, this is like a 3D room that's getting wider and then getting more narrow. And it's like you have to do that here, and it's also depicted in a 3D space. It's complicated. Yeah, for a stage like this, it's a bit of a pain. I might go back to Tiny Towers. We'll maybe do this one eventually, but just having to think about drilling through the volcano is a little bit too much for me at the moment. So here I don't have a time limit. Do I have a loan? I start with a loan of $10,000. I don't initially, so part of what I probably should do here is try to start getting some income. Oh, there's no interest. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So if there's, let me, just because I never had to think about this before, there's no interest, there's no victory condition other than getting the excitement level on the coasters. So time advancing is meaningless. The park is closed, so no guests are going to show up. The park rating sucks, but it doesn't matter, right? Getting enough guests to fund the coasters. I see. So, right. Yeah, I guess maybe that's another thing that's kept me from trying to fuck around with... Oh, pause. That's kept me from fucking around with building anything, because, like, if I go to do a pre-built, it tells me how much it's going to cost in advance, right? But I can't really model in my head how much each individual bit of track is going to cost. And, like, can I actually finish the coaster in time, or am I investing all this upfront money and then going to get to a coaster that I can't even open because it's not finished, right? So do they give me an info stand? They sure do. It's to be a umbrella vending park. Usually running out of cash just means waiting. Oops. No. Oh, that's fuck. Let me just open the park and see if they'll come in for umbrellas. That would be really funny if they do. I need to have like a ride first. Okay. Someone came in and grabbed one. Love to see it. Umbrella Park. I guess we still research here. Maybe I don't want to be researching. I don't know what we're researching. Landscaping, shop sales. Everybody wants to ride my only ride. I already got a park map. Oh, there is? Was it 2%? They also sell umbrellas. What an amazing 31 guests. It's funny that there's already this many guests here. All right, so there's basically never any reason to have different kinds. Like if we want one kind of food stall, one kind of drink stall, everything else is totally degenerate. Other than for looks, I guess. This park map from Information Kiosk 1 is a really good value. The map that shows me where the one ride is. Okay. $74 guests. Really the park of a lifetime. Maybe the maps have really, really nice art. All right, so are these already lined up in such a way that they're all like they could conceivably connect to a single path? I think the answer is yes, but it's hard to see. That seems right. This feels like game design right here. Try to find a way to put all these paths together. Is that all, though? God, it's so fucking hard for me to see. I would use this a lot if I felt like rides. An MC Escher shit. Okay, so just those two are connected to each other, but not to anything else at the moment, right? I wish that it would just remembered my settings for this permanently. It's frustrating that it doesn't. Yeah, that's fine. Because I'd rather do one that's harder because I can't really fail it. I mean, I guess I could if I completely run out of money somehow. Really upset the guests. I think we want to go this way, so... It wasn't showing it before. All right, hold on. I kind of wish excavation wasn't so expensive. I almost think it should be free. I don't think it costing a lot does very much. Yeah, I suppose. Should at least be significantly cheaper than it is, because it's like it's so prohibitive. Well, I guess part of what makes it so prohibitively expensive is that it's a expense that once paid is never able to be reclaimed, right? I guess when I say that I wish it was free, it's because there's so much else of the design that like doesn't take itself as seriously as the excavation costs, you know what I mean? So that's where I'm getting those mixed messages where it's like, okay, is this like a super serious hardcore game or Okay, I think those are all connected. How do you guys like my park? Pretty good reviews so far, it seems like. All right, so now I need to know, does every exit connect to this? It might. The map from Information Kiosk 1, Chef's Kiss. All right, so I think we're okay. So let's try to count our exits here. That one goes out through here and comes down, so that's good. That one goes out through here and comes down, so that's good. There's only two I can see from this angle. What the fuck is that one? That one does not actually have a way out at the moment? Okay, so we're not there yet. Red coaster up here. Okay, thanks. Didn't even see those up there. I don't think they can get down there easily, right? I guess that one just didn't, for whatever reason, didn't come with pre-built paths. Okay, well that at least connects that. And then I have to get a queue for that one, I suppose. Right, so that's good. And there's another exit here that I was looking at a second ago that looked like it was like totally fucked. Where was it? This one. The fuck is this shit? Okay. I have to learn that I have to go up here to go above the thing, I guess. I kind of like the way this one's all over the place, that each of the coasters has a different problem that I have to solve. I think that's good, actually. I wish more of the game was structured like that. All right, so does that very same one have a queue problem? Oh my fucking god, I cannot see. Okay, paths. There's nothing coming out of this guy, right? Oh, Jesus. I lost it. Hide rides, yeah. Which also, unfortunately, hides the entrance and exit. But if I guess if I can see where it is... Nice of them to color code a lot of this. It's this guy that's fucked up, right? No, that's connected to something. So that one's got one, that the green, yellow, blue. I feel like I had another entrance that didn't have a queue. The paint menu. That comes up if I click on this. Let's change the station style. Oh, that just is the station, but not the color of the pathway, right? Yellow, blue, green. Top right of the path tool. Okay. Oh, I see. Do I have to like overwrite them to change them? Okay. Okay. Calculated. I feel like I still have one of these that's not connected. It's this one. I can't go out this way because that's actually pointing into where the ride is, right? No, I guess it's actually green. What the fuck? There's some that are... No, it's down here. It's down here, right? Holy shit. Makes it seem like there is something for that one. This is a great level for me to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. The isometric view. Yeah, it's like one of these rides, there's an entrance, and I just literally can't see. Oh, that's a good question. Good call. Maybe this view will help me to find everything, actually. Okay, that one only doesn't have any queue room. 1, 2. I guess also maybe I could name the rides and open them just to see, because it'll put it on the sign, right? And try to associate each one with something. All right, this is my other problematic one. Here we go. This is what I've been trying to reach, but I haven't been able to see it. It won't let you open an incomplete ride. Okay. Okay. So maybe we're good now. Let's keep checking. So 1, 2. Let's do by color. Red, blue, yellow. Those are all the ones that are on the ground, I think. Green. I think there's one more yellow station. Okay, so I think we're good. Let me know if y'all see anything different, but I think I've got all of the exits and all of the entrances are connected, I hope. I'll try to dive through it one more time just to make sure I may have missed an exit somewhere. Okay. So I'd love to open, like, a ride. I could try to do one of these. Guess the loan interest isn't too bad. I already got a park map. That's what everybody thinks when they first get in here. Haven't finished my pizza yet. All right, let me try to think what ride makes sense to try to work on first here. It's also possible I save partway through this. I guess I'll save now and come back to it later, but... Probably just stop research funding. I wonder if I need to, like, go out into the boonies and build a couple more shitty rides just to try to get a little bit more money here. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I have, like, 0 intuition for that, unfortunately. Oh, weird 3D cinema, y'all. Mouse tails. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. I can always freely delete here, and there's no... It's so weird that there are some things that you permanently lose the money and some things that you don't. I don't think that that's great for the game design. I want to die. Okay. So how is it even possible for me to turn here? Like, I don't see... Is it going to have to be like one of these loops or something to turn? I honestly think the extra restriction is going to help me to understand it, because like you saw what I was doing when I was building that chairlift before. I had so much freedom even in Dinky Park that I could just click everything all the time. So the fact that I have to understand about turning against the wall here, I think is going to be good. Only turn was flat or going down. Oh, okay. I see. So you do flat one time. And then it can turn, but only if I had the space for it, which I don't. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this is where like the additional difficulty is actually helpful for me. I don't know if that makes sense, but I see. That's perfect, actually. Oops, well, I don't fuck it up. Because that is exactly in the range that I can reach there. Okay, so then I could keep going up, right? And I have to tell it to use a chain, I guess. I think I understand. Aero coasters that kind of have curved lift chains. And there's a whole world I know nothing about. Chain lift is like, you want like momentum to carry them over, I guess is the idea. The fact that this is so tight and almost borderline forces this shape or a shape like it is really cool, I think. I honestly don't think I could learn this in any other level but this one. Like, it's really annoying, but the lack of freedom is forcing me to get certain concepts that I wouldn't get otherwise. It's charged, so it costs money to do. Okay. Oh, I see. Do a steeper hill to save room. Oh, here, I see. So you have to do one and then you can get steeper. Slopes need to transition. Okay. Given that that's such a like short drop, I wasn't able to get very high. I'm only like 30 feet in the air. I'm not gonna be able to do much else. So you really want to have like one big lift at the beginning. That's why all the coasters start with a big lift at the beginning. Okay. Yeah, this is a good level. I'd even like another level that's even more stripped down than this. That's just like a really tiny area where there's just one coaster, right? This is probably the closest thing I'm going to get to a level that's just about the coaster construction because everything else has been solved for me. So I'm not having to think about like, well, let me just make enough money to solve the stage. Sure. I guess let me just complete what I have. It's to be really simple, but then if it works, I can go back and putz with it a little bit more, I guess. They have like a minimum height that the strut has to be at or something. Is that what's going on there? Oh, I see. The tree's not actually in my way. Oh, it's an inverted coaster. I see. Not the most fun coaster of all time, but it will just show that it can work and then make some adjustments from there. I'm going to have to be able to bank to connect those. It seems like it's going to be really hard to try to connect them. I gotta give you all this fucked up land here, too. Is that in the right? No, I think it's not lined up. Maybe if I went up one first. I'm a unit lower than the end. Oh, shoot. Okay, thanks. Now that doesn't smoothly connect because I guess it can't. Does it have to be completely smooth? Like, how much clearance does it need? Okay. We'll go up here. And then go straight, and then it connects. Okay. I have to set a more reasonable ticket price over here. 175 guests. God damn, y'all. Wow, a new ride being built. Okay. Now we definitely want to test it. I feel like it's going to get too slow and not be able to make it. Oh, nice, 6-gun. Had an opportunity to use those sometimes. How thrilling. So I guess ideally we we turn here and then we keep climbing so we can get a better, more exciting jump. Wait, lateral G's? Where? So is that just like gonna kill somebody? Red means that is it dangerous? Did I accidentally build a suicide coaster? That's funny. They might just get sick or slam their head against the wall. So what do you mean by banking them? Like, is that a separate option while I'm constructing? I'd love to build a euthanasia coaster. So I don't really have to change the track at all, like the actual layout on the grid, just... Does the banking not take up additional space? No, sure, I'm just trying to, like, get some money so I can start working on other things and just, like, proof of concept that I can make it happen in the first place. Okay. All these people waiting in line for the fucking 3D cinema. Come ride the Whiplash coaster where we're gonna snap your neck in this turn down here. Yeah, I have no intuition for this banking thing whatsoever, so I'll mess with it in a second. I'm just curious. Probably not gonna be making any money off of this. $49. Truly an embarrassment of riches. Where's most of my money? Some. Oh, right when they come out. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm playing a completely different game now. Like, this is a game that almost barely interfaces with the rest of the plate spinning management game. Like, it does, but it's like, it's so much more work. Like, I guess if there was some way for the output from this to, like, I don't even think it's possible, like, hypothetically, to make it so that if you put 100 times as much work into making an awesome coaster, you get, you know, 100 times or better reward than you would from just building pre-builts or building flat rides or whatever, right? Like, it's just not going to happen, I don't think. Show all thoughts on this one ride. It's really good value. Get fucked, y'all. Was great. Good value. Was great. You guys have very low standards. I guess you have been hanging out in the park map park, which originally only had a single ride and an umbrella store. Profit's actually pretty good, it seems like. This map, I love getting spine damage. I'm actually, like, really humbled by the idea that what looks like such a simple design turns too much and was gonna physically hurt somebody, like... Looks too intense for me. I'm gonna let it run for a bit just to try to get some money here. Then we can try to clean it up a bit. It seems like it's pretty good. Let's turn the speed up. Park got an award for something. Safest park for now. Don't worry, we're gonna find out about the spinal injuries in a few months. It's 5.26. Oh, maybe if I just finish all the other ones then? Is it just proximity to the beginning of the coaster, or do they all have like some kind of escalating excitement boost based on their other stats? Like if it's near another exciting coaster, does it make it more exciting? Guess you're complaining about something. Everybody's getting sick over here, I guess is the problem. like to throw up on their way over to the movie theater. Okay, we're getting some money here. Booster right off itself by putting its own track adjacent to other parts of its track. Okay, so it's like every section of the ride is contributing some amount of excitement based on all adjacent features of the park. And then it's just totaling into some value at the end. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was thinking it was like, oh, is it like calculating an excitement rating for the green coaster, right? And then they're like all interacting with each other. Intensity rating very high. Nausea rating high. Yeah. Is that just because of this? I guess I don't know anything about, like, G's at all. Like, I barely have an intuition. Like, I guess I've been on a roller coaster and felt my body get whipped one direction or the other really hard and have that be uncomfortable, but, like, are we more tolerant of vertical G's than we are of lateral G's, I assume? Yeah, I have no frame of reference. That's like a meaningless number to me. Back to letting this run here. I just feel like it comes to a really abrupt halt, crashes into the train behind it. Three Gs with spatial astronauts pull on liftoff. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Man, I've got such a tiny park and my handymen don't seem to be able to handle it. I guess there's just like such an enormous amount of puke on that path. And maybe there's vandalism happening too. Vandalism is really hard for me to see in this game. Easier if I zoom in like that, but... Oh, I see them looking like they're going to throw up. That's cool. I like being able to zoom this far, and that's a really nice feature of the new version. Okay, I think I've made enough money from this thing that I can probably shut it down and modify it a bit. If it's broken down while it's closed, will mechanics still come to try to fix it on their own? Okay. I get people off the ride so I can fuck with it, right? Oh, does he try to go in through the exit? I see. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I really like that. There's a lot of work in this game. It's labor of love. Okay, let's think about this. So another thing I can do is I can keep climbing up here is what I thought about doing. So this is just like advancing through the parts, and then I have to like delete one of them to start adjusting what I'm doing here. Tidiest park in the country. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so how do I get back over to this part? Do I have to like loop all the way back around, or can I like click out of it and then come back to it? This is where I dearly wish that I had a undo button. Right click doesn't delete it instantly. Oh, fuck. Okay, so that restored what I had before, right? So you're saying I need to do something down here? So do I have to like demolish first? You're saying I want to like just hold to the left a little bit before getting there and it doesn't use up any additional real estate? Yeah, we've been talking about the assembly thing. Which after playing Shenzhen IO, I have a renewed appreciation for. Okay, so we want to bank like this. Kingdom for a... I guess I can't really see what it's actually projecting it's going to do there. Banking is like going to be like a pre-turn sort of. Hold on. Oh, I guess I see what's happening. But this is an inverted one too, which is part of what's confusing me, right? Okay. So it just needs to be one of those. Then does it have to bank again on the way out, or not as necessary? Literally twisting the track so the center of gravity is facing the turn to reduce the g-force. Okay. It barely looks different to me. I guess I understand what you're describing, but... Restraint stuck open. I see. Brakes are a thing you apply to part of the track. I made it worse. So can you help me to understand what I did wrong there that I made it worse? Can it bank repeatedly? Is this a tighter turn? Oh, okay. I didn't even think of this as a, like, this doesn't look like anything scary to me at all. Like, I have no intuition for it, like, whatsoever. So, like, it's like, oh, yeah, that just looks like kind of a gentle turn there. But I guess you're just hitting it so fast from the drop. Okay. So I'm going to have to demolish one of these right beforehand and then bank before. So, like, bank here, I guess. Is it like that? The preview doesn't look like it connects when I do that. That's why I'm confused. Yeah, it doesn't look like that connects. Unless if it requires me to redo the next thing after doing that. Oh, it's going the wrong way. I think this being an inverted coaster is making it harder. I need to, like, imagine it, them being below. Okay, now I can physically see what's happening there and here. Track's not a complete circuit. Oh, because this thing is fucked up now? Oh, shit. Really just the one bank is going to make that much of a difference? This one here? Bank everything. Okay. Talking about this turn here. Yeah, these turns aren't even here because I'm like, I'm going to put a turn there because that's going to, like, kill my passengers. I'm like, I'm going to put a turn there because otherwise it doesn't fucking line up because of where the cinema is. Okay. So and it's like you guys seem to be able to see the banks here. So that's a bank. That's a bank. Those are my only banks. I don't know if I have enough room to change anything else, right? I got confused somehow. How did I get confused? I guess you could also hypothetically use a slight incline to slow down. Is that true? I lost track of whether I banked with my recent demolishes. Hold on. This is not banked. Sometimes I go to hit forward and then it like confuses me which way I'm facing. Hold on. We're not going to be able to get there to connect again. Look at the tool. No, I see these guys here, right? You mean it's just going to be highlighted when it goes back to demolish it? Okay, I see what you're saying. Now, this is telling me the most recent thing from before the thing I'm placing is this bank. So it's not talking about the next thing. It's not saying this is going to be banked like this. It's saying the previous one. It's saying what I'm building is already banked. The problem is I don't know what the last thing I did was. I guess I can try to go back and click it again. Okay. This is, I don't know how I possibly connect it without snapping someone's neck, right? I don't know why it immediately prompts me to do this. It's because of the direction of the previous bank. This is, again, not showing me the previous bank. This is showing me the next bank. Oh my god, I really... This is just a turn, no bank. Okay. So then I have to do... This is unbanking. I don't think I'm ever going to figure this out. I will eventually, but right now it's like completely hieroglyphics to me. I can't see it in the coaster. I can't see it in the things I just placed. I need to have like a view that's like, tell me, like highlight the track pieces by grid and tell me what the current bank status on them so I can even see it. And maybe this is just a particularly bad coaster to try to view it. Like that's technically a banked, right? But I can barely tell. And then this is all one piece, or this is two turns here. Okay. Yeah, so y'all think it's possible for me to get out of this without snapping someone's spine? Because... I guess deleting is also confusing to me because deleting is simultaneously... It's canceling what you're currently doing and undoing the previous step, right? Which has been true for the whole game, but it only really matters now, and not what I expect it to do. Yeah, no, I understand. It's impossible for it to connect, isn't it? I don't see how I can ever get it to go back there. I mean, maybe if it goes straight once... No, that's not going to happen. Like, how, from here, how can I possibly get it to connect again? Like, go here and delete one? Okay. keep deleting. Why am I deleting this far back? I guess I don't understand. Like, what am I going to do differently from back here? Turn at the very end. You're not allowed to remove this section. This is going to be a coin flip for me literally every time, y'all. Left-hand curve. But I'm coming from that way. This is like peak making me feel real stupid. Put the slope where you left off, where the bank exit is. Like over here. Wait, why am I, why am I, why are we sloping up? Because this is 20 feet and it needs to be negative 15 feet? Okay. Here? I'm just following your instructions, but I'm not internalizing anything that's happening right now. This is like complete random noise. Is that meaningfully different than what we had before? That looks identical to me. I don't even know how you can be watching this on stream and know what to enter. I don't know what the fuck any of that was.
First try.
See what happens, I guess. Good level to make me understand this. All right, well, I guess doing that, there must have just been like a bottleneck curve that was causing all the problems. Was it just the final one or something? The one that I literally just put in there to connect them? But unfortunately, I didn't internalize anything we just did. I was literally just pressing buttons until the tracks connected. So I probably need to do something to understand that better. It does drop the excitement a bit, I guess. Really pay down the loan a bit here. It's not very much that I'm paying in interest, but... Let's see how people handle it now, I guess. Is a loop-de-loop free? Like, don't I need to have a certain amount of speed to be able to make the loop-de-loop? Go up and down some. Watch a movie by get your neck broken. Yeah, I guess I don't know how much you guys understand this from having played a lot of RollerCoaster Tycoon specifically, and so having familiarity with the building tool, which is like completely baffling to me. I understand that it's trying to say, hey, the next section you're trying to build is dependent on the previous section you built, but it's always... It prefers to give me information about the next thing I'm building, and I need it to be telling me about what I just built. I need it to be both. I need to have like the track builder to say like, this is what you just built, this is what you're currently building, this is the relationship between them. But I guess I'm expected to like cache the previous thing in my mind And if I forget what it is, I delete, and then I lose track of where I am, and yeah, it's really confusing. I don't know to what extent it's like just having an intuition for how coasters work. Or if it's specific mastery of Roller Coaster Tycoon. They kept it almost exactly the same. That's crazy. I mean, I guess starting from section to section and then like limiting you to what the next thing the track is doing makes a lot of sense to me in theory. Hi, Ben. Oh, we're about at time, aren't we? Okay. Future Marstead, maybe try to get the excitement up on this, although maybe you'll get more excitement just from... You'll probably do this black coaster next because it looks like it is going to have to pass through here anyway. I feel like this open area in this loop is going to be your space to play around, so you want to mess with that as much as possible. See if you get lucky and happen to get the right excitement from them being close to each other. If not, maybe you can add a little like hill that goes up and down here to squeeze out a little bit more excitement. And also next time I'll show off the spreadsheet and any maps that you guys select that are particularly high map quality, even if the objective is boring. Or if there's a hidden gimmick that I don't know about, please go ahead and let me know and I can add that to the list. But we'll probably spend maybe the entirety of next episode trying to finish this level because I'm guessing I'm going to have to redo everything. All the paths are going to have to get redone at some point once I actually see what I can and can't do. But this is a great level, I think, for teaching. It's just going to be really, really painful for a while. Let me make sure I put end of stream here. Unfortunately, I'm not able to, like, increase the length. This is, like, the field I want to see, not the date modified, but whatever.